Hi. 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 This is the rave happening in Singapore right now. I'm Evo. How's it going? Yes. You're not hearing music where? Ah, we'll fix that for you. Thanks for patience, everyone.
first light breaking dawn. I feel for your body, but you are gone.
It's so peaceful out here. It is like the perfect meditative
Breath escapes
space.
these lungs and it
All right, now we're good to go with the next set. Hello and welcome to the Theater in Quarantine. Oh, look at that. We're gonna try this again. Let's load it one more time, y'all. All right, it is time for some theater, and let's join Theater in Quarantine. All right. All right, yeah, it is. Yeah. Yes. Same. Excited. All right, we're about to start the show. Welcome, everyone. We are about to start the show. All right, going live.
particularly ironic fact, since even if it were on the opposite wall, he could still clearly hear everything I'm saying. I've given up calling my customers by name, though it won't take much to guess from all the usual jargon turns of conversation. Sometimes I dance around, anxious, phone pressed to my ear, tiptoeing, knowing there's nothing I can do to keep any of my secrets safe. Naturally, all this has made my business transactions a bit irregular, and my voice keeps seizing up. What is Harris doing while I'm on the phone? If I really wanted to speculate, was this something necessary evil? I would say Harris doesn't even have a telephone. He uses mine. He's pushed his couch against the wall and just listens. So when the thing rings, I'm the one who has to walk over to it, accept the customer's requests, make serious decisions, carry out large-scale operations, and all the while involuntarily reporting to Harris, sitting there in the next room. I bet he doesn't even wait for the conversation to end. He just gets up whenever he's been sufficiently tipped off, scurries through the city the way he does before I've even hung up the receiver. He's figured out maybe a dozen ways to destroy me.
I manage a small... I manage a small business. 2 employees with typewriters and ledgers in the front. And in the back is my office with a desk and a cash box, conference table, club chair, a telephone. It's everything I need. Easy to inventory, easy to manage. I'm young and business is good. I don't complain. I don't complain. But ever since New Year's, there's this young man who rented the space next door, which, stupidly, I hesitated to rent it myself. There was 2 rooms just like mine, and also a kitchen. I could have expanded the business, and then my employees have fussed about the workload. But what would I ever do with the kitchen? This particular concern, the obvious cause of my reluctance. So now, this young man sitting there, his name is Harris. What is he doing? I don't know. The door reads Harris, Inc. I asked around and was told it's a business a lot like mine. Young man, lots of ideas, might even have a future. No red flags to warrant a loan denial or collateral to certify approval, just usual information you give when you know absolutely nothing. Sometimes he passes me on the stairs, Harris. Always in a hurry, always very formal. I mean, I haven't gotten to meet him, but his keys are always always in his hand. And half a second, the door's open. Like a rat's tail, he slips in, and once more, I'm slammed in the face by Harris Inc. Which are words that I've read a lot more often than they deserve.
Awfully thin walls in this building. Walls that betray the honest and shield the fraud. My phone's on the wall that separates me from my new neighbor, a detail I only mention as a particularly ironic fact, since even if it were on the opposite wall, he could still clearly hear everything I'm saying. I've given up calling my customers by name, though it won't take much to guess from all the usual jargon turns of conversation. Sometimes I dance around, anxious, phone pressed to my ear, tiptoeing, knowing there's nothing I can do to keep any of my secrets safe. Naturally, all this has made my business transactions a bit irregular, and my voice keeps seizing up. What is Harris doing while I'm on the phone? If I really wanted to speculate, it was just something necessary evil. I would say Harris doesn't even have a telephone. He uses mine. He's pushed his couch against the wall and just listens. So when the thing rings, I'm the one who has to walk over to it, accept the customer's requests, make serious decisions, carry out large-scale operations, and all the while involuntarily reporting to Harris, sitting there in the next room. I bet he doesn't even wait for the conversation to end. He just gets up whenever he's been sufficiently tipped off, scurries through the city the way he does before I've even hung up the receiver. He's figured out maybe a dozen ways to destroy me.
We see her. We see her, but no. God, why are we not hearing him? I'm getting no sound out of nowhere. Fuck.
Making work for the past 6 months out of this closet of mine, which is 4 feet wide by 8 feet tall and 2 feet deep. And we've been live streaming bi-weekly to explore both the limitations of a very small, confined space as a sort of reflection of the captivity that we're all living in right now, as well as to see how we can push past those boundaries and really live in the digital space and see how that can enhance the work. This piece was actually our very first live stream. So it was the first piece we put together to perform live, and we did it using some very basic OBS streaming tech. And since then, we've done slightly more complicated work. But we wanted to revisit this because it was, for certain, the first thing we presented live back in, it was early April. So just out of, or while we were really in the thick of the shelter at home orders here. And I suppose we found this very, very short, not well-known Kafka short story, and not wanting to necessarily hit the audience over the head with the story of quarantine. We thought this was a nice extension of a piece that dealt nonetheless with captivity and how we engage in a very particularly urban way with all of these neighbors around us who we don't necessarily know, and who of course may be infectious, and that sort of paranoia that was really with us back in April.
And how do you get your inspiration for each of the episodes? Where does that even come from?
Well, it really depends. Katie Rose, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just can't hear the questions.
I know, because I have headphones on.
If you want to just repeat the questions, can people hear me when I talk to you?
Yes, we can
Great.
hear you.
Good. So I will relay questions. Katie Rose, a question. Kat just asked how we come up with the inspiration for each installment.
Oh, that's a good question.
making work for the past 6 months out of this closet of mine, which is 4 feet wide by 8 feet tall and 2 feet deep. And we've been live streaming bi-weekly to explore both the limitations
Somebody needs to mute
of
themselves,
a very
please.
small, confined space as a sort of
just talking about, it became an avenue for exploring how we all felt, and for like really discovering like what theater could be in this moment. And so yeah, so generally the pieces I feel like come from either a piece of technology that you have found, or an idea that one of us is interested in exploring, and then we just get like playtime, and we get to explore, like we give ourselves sort of, it's always a question versus a like, I want to tell this story. It's more of a like, what is this story? Like, what's interesting about this story? And we sort of take the pieces from there.
Very nice. And in case that was maybe harder to hear for folks, Josh, why don't you translate in like 3 sentences?
Sure. I think Katie Rose is speaking to the closet itself as a sort of jumping off point and a sort of general spirit of inquiry surrounding it, and trying to encapsulate this question of how we felt and representing that through the movement. I think I'd also love to add that what's been really exciting about the closet is that it is structural. So in many ways, not only are we able to play with digital devices and tools, but we're actually able to show the full body in a very contained space that I can really interact with and give weight to. And that's been really inspirational because truly, like, it's something I couldn't necessarily do in most actual, theater or performance spaces on, say, any stage. And so that's been really exciting, and I think is a little different from so much of what people are dealing with, particularly in Zoom theater right now, where we're stuck in these sort of undefined boxes and don't have anything to work against.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I'm gonna open it up to the audience if they want to have questions or they just want to chat. And somebody's gonna hopefully give me a cue and then when it's time for the next show. But in the meantime, take it away, audience. Or if you don't have questions, just,
I have a question.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Mark. Congratulations. Really, really cool piece, and just really impressed with the work that you guys have been doing. I'm really interested. I'd love to learn a little bit more about the type of technologies that you use for both the live streaming and for the live versus recorded performances, and then syncing it all together, and what that process has been like, and how you make decisions around that.
Absolutely. Katie Rose's question is about what technologies do we use. So firstly, we actually are mostly doing live streams at this point, and everything else, we started doing more pre-recorded work with the intention of doing live streams. As I said, this was our very first live piece. And since then, we are basically only doing live work now, though of course we do sort of release things as like singles or individual pieces later, but they're always recorded live now. We use, our system is basically set up across 2 computers. For a long time, I was really just recording off of my iPhone. I've got a Logitech Brio now, which I'm not exactly sure is better, frankly. And it's streaming into one computer where I've got all of my processing. We use Isadora for video processing, QLab for audio, and then we send those over to through a capture card to my second computer, which is where we use Streamlabs OBS to send up to YouTube. But what's great about this, of course, is that we are circumventing Zoom and all of that sort of that digital space entirely, and we're really able to, manipulate video to whatever extent we want. And in fact, we've just opened up a second closet over in Gowanus, which we constructed, and are now officially able to bring in a second performer over there. And through using, I think we're using Skype in that respect, to use NDI to pull video and audio from a second source. And again, we're able to circumvent all of the noise interference that has been restricting so much of performance right now. So that's been really exciting. We're still not at a perfect place, of course, at finding a live sync. That is the next step, but technology is not quite there yet. It's being worked on.
All right, everyone. So thank you for that. Thank you to the artists. And it's time for our next show, but hopefully some of the artists can hang out and mingle and chat with you all. Just wanted to remind you, sound-wise, maybe it's a good idea to press M for mute, and then you can unmute yourself by the same M, just because it's sometimes hard to hear across. And we will go on to the next performer, who's Ruru Yi. And I'm gonna make myself normal sized again.
Thanks so much, Kat.
Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Congrats.
And I think they're about to start it. And also reminding everyone, if you haven't discovered this beautiful feature, you can click on people's faces and see their names and also connect with them. I'm about to connect to Evie. See, you'll get a notification.
First light breaking dawn. I feel for your body, but you are gone.
It's so peaceful out here. It is like the perfect meditative
Breath escapes
space.
the first light breaking dawn. I feel for your body, but you are gone.
Reflection of the captivity that we're all living in right now. The reflection of the captivity.
Monitor this without it popping into my feed. No.
all this camera, like how I move them during the work, like everything in the work and become part of the content.
Wonderful. I'm hearing an echo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay, died down. Wonderful. So I'll just let the audience maybe give you some, tell you their impressions and ask questions if we have
Sure.
them. Don't be shy, everyone, and unmute yourselves now, or don't. I was so stern about telling everyone to mute themselves that now they're really quiet. And do you think that when it's possible to go back to live performance, that you will just go back to dance, or do you think you will keep some of these ideas that you developed
I
for
will.
the piece?
Yeah, I will definitely keep those things because I think, for me as an artist, or my dance is related to the life experience. And this is like such a major part of my life. Like it's major for everybody. We're all experiencing this. So then it's like, it's a part of the documentary, if we can think about that way, or like it's very specific for a specific moment. And then my work is all about that. Like you look at my work from a few years ago, that's like a work for me in that moment. And then I do find there's a lot of interesting element playing with the camera and how people see my work through the camera's eyes. And that alone has a lot of potentiality that I'm actually exploring a new work. Is also people watching it only through the camera's eyes. And then I play with the distance of object and then people see it differently. And you cannot look at that work in a real live performance space at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I do find there's a lot interesting element to explore from that realm as well. So I will keep doing that. Yeah. And also I feel like, even though we are limited in the theater, but it is like an opportunity, the live performance, online internet performance is an opportunity for us to expand our audience a little bit more. So I like that perspective of it. And then I think I will continue making work from this perspective as well.
Yeah. What's been beautiful also for us as we program this series is and move online is that we would have normally been limited to audience in New York, and now we get to work with artists literally all over the world, and we have a rave going on in the next room from Singapore, and are able to program anyone from anywhere. And I think that's also a delight of being able to show your work to everyone all over the world. So I echo that excitement.
Yeah, that's very exciting.
Yeah. So if anyone has arrived and would like to chat with Roro or just
I have a question.
Questions or
So live performance is so important to you, and of course it is to us too. What's it like making the work without an audience watching you, or watching you now in these little octagonal shapes?
Sorry, can you repeat your question again?
Yeah, sure. Essentially, with live performance being so critical to your discipline, what's it like now to make these things for the internet, but not have a live audience watching you the way you're used to?
It is different, but I don't see this as a limitation, but another possibility. So I'm not like looking at as a way of like, no, I'm a live like performing artist. I have to be in the theater. I'm more like, oh, so this is what I can do now. What can I do with the possibility I have? So I'm more into like explore things new with the limitation instead of being negative about what I cannot have. I always see limitation as a new thing, as a development of it.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice. Okay, well, we're done with the official artist talk back, but feel free to hang out and mingle amongst yourselves. And we will be back at checking schedule. Schedule is loading. Sorry. We'll be back at 3 o'clock on the stage with Carrie Wong. And in the meantime, hang out here, visit some of the other spaces, and welcome and enjoy.
Thank you.
Place. I'm not safe. I am not safe. It looks like it, but it is not a performance. This is my life. Be yours. This is not a safe space.
Oh, cute.
Great music, by the way.
It's original.
Oh, this is cracking me up. I love it.
That looks terrific.
Yeah, really cool.
We should be live streaming you. Gotta fill the time somehow. Yeah, right? All right, I think we are live. For those of you who we don't know, I'm Kate, and this is Amy. Hi. And we've been working together for a little bit over a year and a half. And we've been working together on this project called Baby Face, which is a dance and robotics project that responds to feminized tropes in technology.
Hi, Evo. Um, were you a little on the early side, or is that okay? We're just trying to. All right, Evo. Little. Are you? I'm not sure. Are we meant to be starting soon? I think we're starting at 2 o'clock. Is that right? Or would you prefer us to kind of get going now?
Eva, what exactly are we good to go on? Are you starting a stream or something? Oh. Sure. So I'm Emily. This is.
Hi, I'm Adrian Cameron. We're here with the Looking Glass project today that has been developed by Emily Twines originally and been subsequently developed by myself and another team member, Michael Redmond. Can't be here today.
So just a little bit about Looking Glass. It is a video game, very technically. It was built on the Unity game engine platform, but it's like a theater piece at heart. So it's like an interactive experiment in like digital performance. So that's how I like to conceive of it myself. Very curious. Oh, okay. Heidi says I'm not up yet. Hey, Heidi.
What? No, it's Kate and Amy is up.
Right. Eva told me to talk, so.
Oh, are you just in informal chatter? They're here. They're over there by the screen. Okay.
No problem.
Hey, Bree.
Hi. Hello.
Bree, you should come over this way because then you can see the screen behind you.
Oh, I see.
Ooh. Okay, Aid and Amy. Are you guys ready to go?
Yeah, we're just waiting on the video.
Yeah, but are you going to do the intro context setting first, or you just want the video? Aren't you going to intro yourself and then you were going to cue me for the video?
Sorry,
We did intro and we were queuing on the
You
Slack.
were, yeah,
but
you
we
were
can intro
supposed to
again.
wait. Yeah, you were supposed to wait for us for the cue.
Evo gave me a
start.
cue. Yeah, we'll redo it. Thanks. Sorry about the confusion.
Okay, awesome. So just cue me and just tell me no when you want me to load up the video. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thanks to everyone for coming. I'm Kate, and this is Amy. Amy and I have been working together for about a year and a half. As part, I've been artist in residence at Amy's lab, the Robotics Automation and Dance, or RAD lab. And we've been working on this project called Babyface that responds to feminine tropes and robotic and screen-based technology. Amy, I'll punt it back over to you.
And what you're going to see today is sort of a digital rendering of what was originally conceived as this very in-person experience. We featured two robots, one that the performer wears and responds to their breath, and then one that is mounted on the wall behind the performer that responds to participants' breath. And obviously that was something that we couldn't continue doing inside the pandemic. And so we've been thinking a lot about how do we scale and share this experience and the themes of this work with people from the safety of their own homes. So that's was sort of our starting point of what you're going to see today. And now we're going to show a brief demo, and then we'll have some time to talk about our process and the work in more detail afterward. So Heidi, you can go ahead and cue the video now.
Start by taking a deep breath in and a deep breath out. You are wonderful. Smile. Take your right hand and bring it across your left shoulder. Yes, sit. Now, do the same with your left hand, crossing it to your right shoulder. Switch your hands by drawing them across your collarbones. Bring your elbows out to the side, nice and wide. Amazing. Now place both of your hands on your heart. Look up and to the right. Breathe in. Breathe out. Oh, you look beautiful. Just look at yourself on camera. Do you feel beautiful? See, when you input the effort, you output the rewards. It's simple and straightforward. Now, put your left hand on your left cheek and your right hand on your right cheek. Open your mouth as you breathe in. Surprise! Breathe out. Wasn't that fun? Place both of your hands behind your head, elbows out to the side. Yes, just like that, you're becoming the best version of yourself. It's magical. Now, tilt your body to the right as you breathe in, and to the left as you breathe out. That's very good. Do you feel good now? Take your right hand and bring it across your chest to your left shoulder. Yes, that's it. Now, do the same with your left hand, crossing it to your right shoulder. I method is spectacle, and I love it when I see people laugh and smile. Don't worry. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. It's a system. A system of rules and behaviors. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. Don't worry. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. You can see me as a smart but output system. I'm happy to be your professor. That was great, and you deserve to be celebrated. Take a deep breath in and place both of your hands on your heart. Breathe out. You look so beautiful, and we're all so pleased. Isn't it marvelous to laugh and smile together? Please give yourself a round of applause, you magnificent angel. Have you ever seen anything so grand? It's time to end now. But before we do, please download your performance. You can keep the memory of your splendor with you forever. We all can.
All right, we are back. And I think Heidi's gonna throw up a splash page that has the URL if people want to write it down.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's there behind you.
Great.
Amy.
Yeah, I see it now. So shall we do a little chatting, Kate, about
Yes.
our concept, our process, our tech? Maybe we could start by, if you just want to sort of talk a little bit about your past work and sort of what brought you to want to work on this project.
Yeah. So sorry guys, I am on a hotspot because my internet just went out. So I'm having a few connectivity issues, but I will try and hear. Amy, do you mind repeating that question? Because I could not hear you.
Oh, sorry. Just your work and how what brought you to want to work on this project, before Babyface. How does your past work relate to this?
Yes. So I have always, I had made work that responds to kind of the way that technology impacts bodies, and more specifically, the way that technology puts a disproportionate effect on femme bodies. And largely I respond to internet culture and screen-based media and those kinds of like stereotypes. So I lean really heavily into stereotype and into kind of like tropes and commonalities in that kind of messaging, and then warp and respond to that kind of hyperbole. So when I first, sorry, was there a question?
I don't think so.
Okay, no, sorry, I'm just hearing some artifacts. But yes, so this, when the Rad Lab put out a call, I started looking more deeply into robotics because I was rather new to robotics. I didn't use machinery or sensors or things in my work that much. I had mostly used media, video, social media. And I started noticing that there was this like really eerie parallel between the way that we design, we curate and design women to look on screens and the way that we design machines to perform. And so then when I came to the Rad Lab, we started more research in this vein and began to look more deeply into those trends and ideas. I'm gonna pitch the same question back to you.
Okay, perfect. I think, for me, my work has been a lot in just thinking about how machines, particularly machines that move, can be a new tool for artists. And so, and on a personal note, I was really captivated by
a lot of Kate's past work, as well as the specific ideas that she pitched for this project that deal with this intersection between women and technology. As a woman who works in technology, I felt like those were really powerful and really insightful ideas. And so I think, you know, from the very early concept that Kate brought, it was something that intrigued me, and that I think I've learned about a lot about myself in the project. So maybe Kate, you want to talk about that initial concept? Or I can talk about it if your hotspot is frozen.
How about now? Is it working now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, sounds good. I'm so sorry about these technical difficulties. I don't have power. So anyways, that's an exciting new development. So I first got the idea for this piece when I went to see the Heavenly Bodies exhibit at the Met Museum. And there was a really large, highly publicized exhibit about kind of like clerical garments. It was a fashion exhibit. And I went with a friend of mine, and, you know, we walked around and they were playing this weird kind of like Game of Thronesy movement in the Met, or Game of Thronesy music inside of the Met. And there were all of these, you know, mostly feminine garments that with like these big old wings, and they were either very, very fluffy and very, very demure, or they were like bondagey and like really hypersexualized. And not only was I there, but I was surrounded by the medieval wing of the Met, where all of these, you know, faces of, you know, women were looking down at me. And I kind of like felt like I couldn't escape. I felt like, you know, captive in this kind of like presentation of femininity. And so I started thinking then about, you know, these kinds of like, you know, coded ideas of how you're meant to like of like a certain kind of pressure to perform. And these images are very, very similar to images that I see all the time on Instagram, or that are marketed to me in various other parts of the internet. And then, you know, when I wrote to Amy in my initial application, I was like, I'm interested in this like kind of and this idea of cuteness. I'm interested in this idea of like performed femininity, because I see it historically. I see it being designed in many places, and I see it on screens, and I see it on robots. So that was the initial spark for this, and then it just kind of like fragmented and moved even farther beyond. And it became reflected. I was going to pitch it back to you, Amy, because it became reflected in the technology that we built. So.
Right, and I think that's exactly where I was going too. That this idea of a cyborg really started emerging when we thought about what would we build to help express these ideas. And so this idea of angel wings, which Kate saw in the Met exhibit, as well as in other references to femininity, became this thought of, okay, you know, is the performer a robot, or is the performer a human wearing a robot? And I think we very quickly moved to this idea of a human wearing a robot, and thought a lot about this interaction between the human and the machine. And we gravitated towards breath as this sort of fleshy conduit that the human could communicate with the machine for or through. And so we use these pressure sensors to trigger the motion of first the wearable robot that the performer wears, and then also the installation that you see behind the performer. That's actually something that audience members could come and sort of strap on a temporary breath sensor to activate the motion of those elements. And so that then the next iteration was this space, and thinking about web browsers as the conduit through which of an audience member would interact with the piece. And so there we didn't have some of the same capabilities to outfit performers and audience members in the same way. And so we sort of turned to the ever-present webcam or Zoom format of thinking about that as the conduit between the human and the performance, or the audience member and the performance. Maybe we can wrap up. Kate, I'll pitch it back to you with a couple minutes on how that translation has felt. And maybe even to the audience members who are here that have experienced it, they could kind of speak to how that interface felt.
I didn't hear anything that you said, Amy. I'm so sorry.
Good. I'll answer my question. I'm so sorry. I'll answer my question. I think that here one of the things we really like about this this online web version is the fit with flatness and the fit with this sort of vertical plane that surrounds us and that we're kind of stuck in, and that this nowhere environment is trying to get us out of. So we have this ability to turn around a little bit. But that flatness is a metaphor we played with a lot, both in the construction of the machines. One is mounted to a wall. One is in this perfect sort of coronal plane behind the performer, sort of framing them like those medieval pictures with the golden arches, and the golden circles behind feminine angelic bodies. And so here in the browser screen, when you go to our experience, everything is sort of naturally in that projected plane as well, as we are when we get on Zoom, as we are when we post a picture to Instagram. And so that, I think, has been really satisfying. And I think where we're still trying to think about and understand is how do we make that feeling between, so in this version, there's a recording that happens of the audience member, and then that recording gets played back to them. So that's sort of the moment of bodily exchange, right? Your data that you're generating as you move around on your webcam gets put into the performance. And so you feel a little bit like maybe a piece of your body. We hope you feel a little bit like maybe a piece of your body is now, thrust in front of you in this presentational way. But that's something I think we're still playing with, sort of what those modalities might be. And in fact, we had a really interesting conversation earlier about how sound and the sounds that the audience member is making, as well as the visual field that the audience is making, could be something we could keep playing with to sort of increase the bandwidth of that exchange.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Amy, I think that was beautifully answered. I actually got to hear what you said that time.
Oh, good.
We do need to move on to some of the other performances that are happening. So we want to just re-encourage everyone, if you haven't yet, to please visit babyface.co/edgecut. Again, the URL is up here behind us to try the experience out for yourself. And also just open it up in case anyone has some questions or questions for us. Hopefully I'll be able to hear your questions.
I just wanted to ask something. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious about how you've experienced what appears to me as to be yet another layer between the artificial agent and the human performer. So you're already exploring that in the live situation, the relationship between an artificial agent and the human performer. And now as you put it on to this website experience, or this completely digital experience, that layer has even become deeper. And I'm just curious what your experience is of that, and what your thoughts are about that.
Yeah, I think something that's really interesting about this layer is that I hope, Amy, I'm not repeating you, but there's this very direct way that the audience gets to see their own image like replicated. There's a moment when that fracture happens, and there's many different shards of you and what you've already done and what you've performed that is immediately reflected back at you, and then juxtaposed and compared with the image of the cyborg. So you can so the hope is that you see yourself as like somehow you can see yourself in the same context and maybe like that person or that machine, and you can kind of be able to like step very, you know, to build that almost like empathetic response because of the way that you are forced to see yourself inside of this context that we all participate in. And we participate in it because, you know, we're told to, but also because, you know, we want to. So.
No, it was nice. I did it before, and I was surprised. It was very surprising all of a sudden to see myself, you know, in it. And I thought, oh, how amazing. You know, it's really fascinating to have that experience. And I really appreciated it. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, so I was just curious about what your experience was of it. I certainly felt, you know, connected to it. But I've also seen the work live, and so I had a very different connection to it than I had, of course, when I was live in the audience watching it. So it's very interesting, these different ways of experiencing reality.
Yeah, thanks for the thoughts, Kat. That's great. I think now we're passing it to Emily, and I guess Emily will kind of swap places with Kate and I.
Hi. How's everybody? Hi.
Hi.
Sure. So I'm Emily Twines, and this I just lost him here.
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah. You want to introduce yourself real quick?
Hi, my name is Adrian Cameron.
And we have been working on this project called Looking Glass together for a couple of months. And before that, I worked solo, and before that, I worked again with some wonderful collaborators, which I'll get into shortly. So Looking Glass is a video game at its most basic level. It was created on the Unity 3D game engine platform. So I hold strongly to the fact that it is a video game, but it began as a theater piece. So at heart, it's really theater and performance installation and all of these things that strive for liveness in their like essence. So yeah, Adrian, do you know if you want to say anything about just to introduce a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I think Emily has been really working with a number of different people, both in terms of the artists who have contributed some video pieces and other kinds of pieces to this overall project, and with some technicians and various other people at different stages of this project, which we can talk more about. But I think, you know, she's been the real driving force from the beginning of this piece, which started, well, I guess, I don't know when you could say it started, right? You've kind of been working on a piece of this nature from the beginning of about at least a year ago, right? But
yeah, so it was September or October a year ago that we started on the theatrical version. And I guess I'll talk a little bit about the history of the piece. In September, October, I started working on this project with John DeGaetano, who's primarily a scenic designer, but it's a wonderful devising artist also, and Jenny Renee Cunningham, also fabulous, as a theater piece, as a devised work around the theme of, originally we used the word utopia. We don't use that word anymore. We use the word better. After a lot of testing and trial and error and feedback, we have determined that staging utopia is not a viable option for so many reasons. Whose utopia? What utopia? You know, utopia is creepy. You know, so many things. So, so we were working around this idea of better, and then our performance was scheduled for I think April 20th and 21st. And who can guess what happened? April 2020. We didn't do the show. We did instead, I thought about how to translate it to the virtual space that was available at that point. And because it was a piece that was about interactivity and liveness and communication between the audience and their agency and the performers, I thought that it would make sense to do a video game where you could have a live avatar in the space and kind of interact with the world around you. I thought that would give more agency than the other options that I could consider personally. So at that point, I learned how to code, which was lots of fun. So forgive me if there are bugs. I've done my best. And then shortly after that, Adrian and Michael Redmond joined me on the team to do this latest version that you're going to see today. So that's a little bit about it. I wonder if we can talk about what we're going to do now.
Yeah, let's
Adrian,
save some of the more kind of specific talking about the piece maybe till after its experience.
Totally.
So this video game is playable through a discrete URL link. So if you would like to go and play this game right now, we will give, is the link, do we have the screen up? No, not yet. But we will give you that link so you can go away and play it. The time it takes to play can vary, sometimes about 25 to 30 minutes, longer. Well, I'm pretty good at it, so it takes me 25 to 30 minutes. But, you know, it can vary. So you can go into that. If you just prefer to see the game played, you can hang out in here. Emily's going to go away and play through a version of the game that you can watch her do up on the big screen behind us. So yeah, those two options. So then you can do that, and then we can talk about it afterwards, or you can go and play it yourself. It is a fairly resource intensive.
I just have a suggestion, actually. I would love to get everybody started watching with us, and then invite you to join the link, which I'll put up in my stream from OBS. So that should be clear at that point, just so that we can get started all together and have an idea, because there's not a lot of help once you get into it. So I just want to kind of softly lead us in and kind of demonstrate and just walk you through my experience with it, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's great. You want to go ahead and go get set up for that, and we'll hold it down here.
Yeah. How does everybody feel about that? Is that something we're ready for? Cool. I'll take that as enthusiastic consent. And I'm going to drop out of what are we in? Nowhere. Drop out of Nowhere for a few minutes to set up, and I will join you shortly in a very mysterious place. And we'll go from there. Sounds good. Adrian will stay with you, though, to keep you wonderful company and answer any questions you might have at that point. Cool. I'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks, Emily. So you can keep your eyes peeled on the big space behind us underneath the base. I think we should be seeing the screen shortly. I think I don't know if anybody here is familiar with the Unity platform, but it's a pretty great way to get started with video game development and design. It's a free-to-use software unless you tend to want to make something large, a large commercial game. But for artists using Unity, it's great. And we have the stream ready to go, it looks like. So Emily's gonna, if you watch here, Emily's gonna go start through playing the game. And do we have on the screen the URL for the game? I think we'll get that to you shortly if you want to go play it. So we'll keep our eyes watching here. All right, here we go. So as you can see, the URL is playLookingGlass.com. You don't have to go away and play it yourself, but
I'm just going to wait for the ID that we're live. And there's a slight delay, so forgive me if it's a little bit of an awkward introduction, but bear with us for just a second, and then we'll get started. All right, fabulous. I think we're live. Again, I'm Emily Cummings. This is going to be Looking Glass. Thank you so much for joining us with this playthrough and a little bit of a guided entrance. So wonderful. I'm getting confirmation that I am visible and audible, which is always excellent confirmation when you're dealing with the digital realm. So let's go ahead and get started. Sounds good. So again, this is Looking Glass. What I'm going to do right now, just to reiterate, is play through for a few minutes, kind of give you the feel for it, give a couple hints maybe, because there's a little bit of a tricky bit at the beginning. And then I'm going to invite you to play yourselves, because it's really about your, as I've said before, agency and your experience personally with the game. So I want to offer that opportunity after a couple minutes of this play together. And I'll let you know when, so don't worry, you won't miss it. But yeah, let's get started.
Well, it's very hard to say that we don't.
I'm pretty sure it's hard to
It's April 2020.
When I was little, I knew a story of a little red house with no windows and no doors, but that held a little blue star inside. My mother would cut open the apple along the horizon, and we would watch the seeded sunrise. No windows, no doors. But I am grown. Things have changed. Families drift apart. And I am too busy, too tired, bored, too scared, too busy for a star. Art is not a mirror held up to the eye, not a hammer with which to shape it. Rachel Brett. Tip: use the arrow keys, keyboard buttons, and your mouse or trackpad to interact with the world around you. Survive your 9 to 5. Okay, so I'll just read a couple things to you in case it's super legible. But yeah, so this is the first scene of the game. And you can look at the serial number of the or printer. I'm not sure which it is. Work, I guess. Let's do it. Or so nothing much here. I am thirsty, so yeah, okay. Look at it there. If you're thirsty, get a drink. But I did want to check out the and to do that. Every day at work, I do my right. My name is what? How is that? Welcome to the meeting. What do you do at work? I don't really
First light breaking dawn. I feel for your body, but you are gone.
It's so peaceful out here. It is like the perfect meditative
Breath escapes
space.
these lungs and it
Okay, I'm here, but I think the audience might need to be directed over here as well. Okay. Am I positioned well? Should I move somehow? Okay. I think they're doing a really good job in all these rooms. All the talkbacks seem very interesting. So I don't know, Evo, if you think it's a good idea, we could close the breath room. I don't think anyone's in there anymore. Hi, Sylvan.
Hi, Kat. How are you?
Good.
Can you hear me clear?
I can hear you, but I hear an echo.
Okay. So I need to resolve that.
Does everyone have earphones?
Uh, yeah, but I think it's my I have the problem. Just need to tune the source. Is it okay now?
Yes, actually.
Yes. Okay. That's my sound manager that didn't manage anything.
So if you like, why don't you like come toward me and then turn around so that we're standing sort of together and then others can see both of us. That's a good
Yes. I just
and then just go back a little.
up.
Just use your back key. There you go. How are you feeling after?
I'm a little bit tired, but I didn't. I think I couldn't really measure the time. So when I was being told that it was almost over, I couldn't really believe it because
really?
I thought that was because I was in a moment where I felt good even in the space. So good in the moment as well. I was starting to hear as well the baby of my neighbors, so it was kind of a new sound in the room, and yes, because I didn't want to have some time elements in the room to give me a sense. I think the idea was to also be lost in the moment.
Yeah. And did you feel differently from the beginning than to the end?
Yeah.
How?
I guess I continued the journey that I did because the first time I did the performance was with my partner. We document what we did, but I think it was 10 minutes. And then when I went through 10 minutes within the durational, I think I started really to discover what I wanted to accomplish. Because I was, even though I have a path in my head, I was done with all the elements that I have in my head, and then I had to be in the room for maybe 2 hours and continue to think about the breathing and to give a name of the breathing. And I think it changed my perspective, because I guess maybe not for the audience, but sometimes with the flatness, you lose the sense of the sensitivity of an emotion. And when I looked twice to my performance, the one I recorded, I think because I thought about it that would be recorded by a camera, I think the flatness elements was in my mind. And now I knew that I was in the room in that closet. I don't know, I felt connected, and in a way I was still able to listen to the noise outside and people just walking around, and you don't do it just for yourself.
Yeah. I think that people will be trickling in organically as we talk, but so I'm just going to start asking you the questions I had in mind for your artist talk back. I would love to hear a little bit about how this particular piece sits in relation to your larger body of work.
It's connecting in different way, but the paradox is where I did the piece first was when I was based in Copenhagen 4 months ago, and I think I couldn't sleep because it's really strange when all the Black Lives Matters events are happening in the US and you're not there, you're not here, and you observe things through social media or the journal. You feel that you know that you don't get what is going on, but still your body, your sense, they are aware of the danger, they are aware of the suffering, and I was in a space that was really how to say that, not concerned by the matter. And I feel that it amplified my sensitivity. And I couldn't really sleep for 3 or 4 days. And I woke up one day in the morning and I did it because I think it was really not, I didn't want to scream. I didn't want to write. I wanted just to create a link through the breathing. And if I don't think that I understand everything that's going on here in the US with Black Lives Matters, but I feel that the breathing is a common language. I will not say it's universal, but we are all breathing. And that was my way to create a link. And then I kind of evolved on the path into the thinking and why I choose the back. And I think the back is I mean, it's common everywhere in the world. I mean, the first time that you encounter the police, when you try to protect yourself with your back, because it's something you feel that it will protect you. You can't protect your face, you can protect your teeth, you can protect anything. Your back is the only place, is the last place where you can stand in a way to resist. So I think the back was for me the beginning of the thinking about what I choose. That element of my body in the back is also the temple of the breathing. But I think the more I thought about it, I think it's linked to my lineage, and because my parents are from Martinique, which is a French department in the Caribbean, and they used to work in the sugarcane fields, and I think it's really linked to that the relationship with the back. You have many people over there. They have back issues from generation to generation, and the thing is for me, it's on the one side I have the African lineage, but on the other side I have the double punishment because on my father's side people come from India, and the people from India, they came when slavery was abolition of slavery. They need the French government, they need new people to get the job done. So they have all the Indian people they came 100 years ago, and then I am the embodiment of that moment, as to be in the sugarcane and the movements with the back. I think I have some premeditated action that lies into that sugarcane imaginary place.
So would it be fair to say your work in general is based in live performance? Does that feel?
Yes, it's live performance or live documentation, or because I think it's some part of my work are more linked to writing, other to music, and I love the idea of documentation of it because I think that the work for me is before, it's in the research, in the finding the right meaning for my action and my thoughts. But when I'm into the phenomenon of the action and the representation of what I'm doing with an audience, I think it's a manifestation of all those previous elements that are just working together. So I feel it's more a documentation than a performance, because it's not just I don't see it only as just acting something. I think it's an activation of some sensors or emotional or memories that just arrive in that moment, and I'm the recipient, and the manifestation occur.
I think this might be a good question to ask you, because we have had some back and forth with you. We originally wanted to invite you to do a live performance in real space, and we ended up having you do this work, which is very virtual. And I would love to hear you talk about, how that transition has been for you, how satisfying or not satisfying it has been, and what have you discovered through this transition?
I think the transition, it helps me in a way, because most of the people I'm talking with, the performer artists, we have the idea to do something online. You already have platforms and events, but being in the obligation to do so and find the right strategies and to understand what is the relationship to the audience and what is the relationship to flatness, because it's my main, what I'm concerned by that. How long people will remember something that happened on the screen, because we are still competing against babies and cats and live streams and things like that. That's the reality.
Yes, we are.
And so I love the aspect, for me, because of that that documentation performance. I think I love to have the different layers, because I think maybe it could be more too unsettling for the audience to be close to me, with me breathing for 3 hours. Maybe it give them enough distance to have a global vision of what I want to do, but still they manage to find their way. I think for me, the digital aspect of a performance or documentation now in the work in progress where we are at is to maybe redefine what is the place of the audience. It's not just the icon of the performer, and the audience is just there to be a part of the space. I think it's a conversation, it's a dialogue that should happen more, and that I know that I remember that graphic that I saw about the movement in museum when the war between museums started between France, Germany, and Italy, and then when you have a revolution in the museum in the 70s, how they were just big groups, and then when performance art arrived in museum, you have small groups, but people were moving, and having something that is digitalized, I think it could give us chance to reinvent what is the relationship to the audience, because I don't think it was that satisfying before. It was there. We have to deal with it. But in another way, I'm a little bit concerned to make the user technical specialists, that they have to have the right microphone and the right headphones and the right bandwidth, and they have to have all those elements to before arriving in the moment of sharing with them.
Yeah, that is very true. It's very poignant part of this current situation. We have about 3 minutes, and I just wanted to let the audience either ask or respond to the piece, or just say hello.
Hello.
Oh, we have shy audience members. Okay.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Right now.
No question.
No questions. So clear. All has been covered.
Thank you.
We also have, I'm watching the comments on the live stream. I haven't been very faithful about watching, but there are people. Well, it's not loading now. I was going to try to read the comments, but no, it's not loading. So never mind.
If I can add something,
Sure.
I make the choice to not listen to the room because I wanted to be in the moment. But I think a part of what I said, to have an audience more active because of the digital space, to have the comments and be interactive. Maybe it could disturb the flow of the performance, but I think it's also a challenge to be able to incorporate what is the thoughts and the feeling of the people that they took time to be in the space with you. And that's something that I would love to explore, be able to still maintain the flow of my performance of the documentation, but be able to interact, being my own social manager and the artist at the same time. I feel that if I want people to remember the moments and not have the moment disappear when they go to another tab on their navigator, I think it's really important to interact with them, give them a piece of what happened in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much, Sylvan.
Thank you.
Please linger, and maybe others will want to chat with you afterward. Now I'm going to do Amplify. Watch me get big. Hello, everyone. Please come by the stage for our next performance, which will be Carrie Sija Wang. Here, I'm going to make myself small now. Do that. But I want to at least take advantage of the opportunity. And when we're ready, I think the show will begin.
Subject confirmed. Get ready for the test now. To pass the test and be a qualified content generator, generate 4,000 units of content in 540 units of time. Zero current speed. .470 target speed. Zero units of content generated. .4,000 units of content left. .465 units of time. Not all typed words count as valid content. What you typed was irrelevant. Align yourself with the system. Zero current speed. .615 target speed. Zero units of content generated. Listen, repeat and remember. My nation intervene and end all conflicts, protect us, keep you ever free.
My nation intervene and end all conflicts. Protect us, keep you ever free. Protect us.
May it fly high more than the shining mantles of our country invincible.
May it fly high more than the shining mantles of our country invincible. May it fly more mantles of May.
Focus. Zero current speed. .705 target speed. Zero units of content generated. .4,000 units of content left. .310 units of time. Don't be yourself. be a part of the test. This is more like it. But you are still analyzing. The essence of the game is to stop thinking. Just type. Free yourself of logics and knowledge. Zero current speed. Zero units of content generated. Listen, repeat and remember, for the flag stands the forests are singing new songs and news.
For the flag stands, forests are singing new songs and news.
With my struggle and gladiatorial patience drive off all enemies.
With my struggle and gladiatorial patience, drive off all enemies. Drive off.
The dream grows waving in glory everlasting.
The dream grows waving in glory everlasting.
Focus. Zero current speed. (1090) target speed. You are overcomplicating things. Just type. Don't recite slogans. Embed them into your body. It is not about what you type. It's how you type that matters. (180 units of time). Perfect. You are starting to get it. Current speed. (1498) target speed. (417 units of content generated. 130 units of time. Listen, repeat and remember, you have my love and loyalty, our country and those who suffer bless their passion.
You have my love and loyalty, our country, those who suffer bless their passion.
This is our land with honor and peace each day.
This is our land with honor and peace each day. This honor each.
May the laurels be eternal, that we may live blissfully under thy banner.
May the laurels be eternal, that we may live blissfully under thy banner. Eternal, eternal, thy, eternal. May the laurels be eternal, eternal life, eternal.
Establish and fortify us our beautiful and dear country.
Establish and fortify us our beautiful and dear country. Our dear.
Focus. 1800 target speed. 1830 units of content generated. Listen, repeat and remember. March forward, sons and daughters of this jam beyond compare.
March forward, sons and daughters of this jam beyond compare. And, jam, and, you and me.
Oh, our country since the beginning and forever shall be our guiding light.
Oh, our country since the beginning and forever shall be our guiding light.
Holding high the banner, oh so fearless and gracious, our object of faith.
Holding high the banner, oh so fearless and gracious, our object of faith. Oh, so, our.
Pressing onward towards the ends, an intense dream, a nation.
Pressing onward towards the end, an intense dream, a nation. Towards, an, dream, towards, an, a, towards the end, an.
Focus. Current speed. 1932 target speed. 3005 units of content generated. Units of content left. 9 units of time. Congratulations, candidate 3752. You are one step closer to becoming a content generator in the Office of Content Generation.
and what's different, let's say?
Yeah. So this piece was originally a 5-minute performance in physical space from 2 years ago. And since the pandemic started, I started modifying the piece for an online audience. So I performed it several times in physical space, and I also performed it several times in an online environment. I would say, I don't know how you felt when you watched. When I was performing, I definitely felt like the online space was more intimate and uncanny as well. It's intimate because it's just me and the machine interacting with each other. But it's uncanny because I know there are people watching, but I cannot see them. I don't know who they are, which is strangely fitting for the vibe of the performance, which is this character being monitored by an opaque system that you know few things about.
I think we lost Carrie. I lost the sound there. I didn't hear the last sentence or two. Oh, there you are. Okay, good.
Yeah. What did you hear?
I think I lost about a sentence, but maybe it was just me. Mostly, I do agree with you that there's something strangely intimate here, and maybe like the loss of audience is appropriate for this particular piece. But I'm curious, you know, do you miss the presence of people in space? Do you have a particular connection to them when you're doing this piece?
Yeah, of course I do. Like, just feeling other people in the space versus me sitting in front of the computer is definitely different. You get more excited, I would say, when you're in a room with people surrounding you. Versus just now, I felt like people were watching my desktop, and at some point, actually a folder popped up by mistake. And that moment I felt, oh, that's my privacy being broadcasted into this online venue and also live streamed. So it felt really weird, but I kind of liked it.
I think every parent with young children intruding into the live stream has felt what you have felt.
Yeah.
But like, help us see a little bit about, you know, how does this particular piece fit into your larger body of work? Talk about where you come from artistically.
Yeah. So I usually work in interactive experience, with performance also being a form of interactive experience. I use a combination of technologies, programming, and also graphic design and video editing, performance. So basically anything that I can get hold of, I put into my work. Actually, this particular piece of work has many qualities that are very typical of my work. Actually, I felt so comfortable creating and performing this piece that I modeled a lot of my later work after it. For example, a lot of my projects have this pre-programmed system in it that the audience or the performer can interact with. And often the system is testing the participant or the performer based on a set of rules or an algorithm that may or may not make sense.
Since we have such a nice audience here, just wanted to kind of open it up for comments, questions, stray thoughts. Don't be shy. Oh, I see a hand.
Hi.
There you go.
Can I,
Yeah.
can I just shout out?
Shout it out.
I guess, I guess this is a question both for you and Sylvan, if you're also open to answer again. I guess both of you have kind of talked about this like intimacy with the audience on a digital platform that is both like more so in some ways when they like see your desktop folder that you're like, oh, or when they somehow are kind of maybe more in the space or more able to be in the space because with seeing your breath and seeing your back. And I don't know, I guess how to like I've been finding that as a 2D audience member, like a lack of intimacy, and I guess how to like, or how you're playing with it. I guess I'm curious about how you're playing with drawing out that intimacy and making that into what are your thoughts, I guess, on that?
You mean what are my thoughts on intimacy on the in the online space?
Yeah, and in like in these different online spaces that are not necessarily.
Yeah, I feel like you said, like 2D interfaces, especially when you're careful not to show what you don't want to show people. You like in front of Zoom, I definitely feel like an actor, because I can see myself all the time. I know how I want to look, and I sometimes notice myself watching my own facial expressions and adjusting them, and while also paying attention to the class or the meeting. And I feel that's very composed in a way. I mean, just I would say this is also composed, but because this is such an experiment, people are just starting to widely use this kind of 3D platform and also live streaming into these 3D spaces. We make a lot of mistakes in the process, such as showing our folder. So those moments of being unexpected is very interesting to me. I don't know how I want to make of that yet, but we'll see as we explore more in online space. Yeah, I also feel like I am opening myself up to you when I perform something, show something, while being okay that you're not showing your face when I was performing. It's a different kind of dynamic than physical space.
I understand what you said about the screen, the intimacy, and the lack of intimacy and presence. Hi, with the flatness of the screen, but I think it's as I told previously, I don't think that having an AR or VR headset would change the situation in a way, and I don't feel that I want to see people with a lot of gears on their heads who just behave in the space. I'm more curious about the audio, maybe about binaural audio or ambisonic audio. Maybe that kind of that use of audio can recreate mentally an imaginary environment where the audience could feel more emotion, could feel at home. But as an audience, I have difficulties to watch a performance on the screen and say, "Oh, I'm here with the person." I need another element that create the sensitivity, the link between the performer, the screen, and the audience. And I think the audio is, we mostly all have headphones at home at the moment, so it's not a big ask. But maybe binaural could be a thing because it creates directly kind of a immersive environment. And I think it's to stay still on the chair and watching a screen and someone doing something the something has to be really special for you to take the time and feel, I want to be engaged with that. And I think it's not really an artist problem. It's more about the tools that we are using, and we have all the tools at the moment. It's just I think we focus and manufacture the focus on screens and cameras and telephones for years, and the sounds on telephone is still crap. It's still mono. So the idea is how we can create a stereo or binaural or something that create an environment, create an imaginary place. Because I think the idea is not to replace reality. We can't do that. Right. I think the challenge is to create an in-between world where we can feel like it's an adventure, but it's something somewhere where we can find a balance and create link with other people.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Audio, because we're so visual.
Exactly.
Yeah, sometimes we forget about like audio being like the second most mentioned sense for humans. But still, sometimes we forget about it because we're too focused on the quality of our videos, making everything flat. Yeah, I agree. Audio can make you feel the space for sure. And also the liveness of the piece, right? Like, because my performance could have been a video. It was not, but yeah, it could have been a video and you might not notice. So what is the thing that makes you feel that the performance is live? Is it mistakes that I make, or is it like siren outside of my window, or yeah?
No, because that can be manufactured too.
Yeah. Oh,
Actually,
no. Nothing is real. Nothing
is real. What is real? I think something that Heidi and I have come across repeatedly over this past summer as we thought about liveness in digital formats is how so much can just be faked. And it's only in the moments when you so my 2 cents about this after a summer of like basically realizing that everything can be faked online was that, you know, liveness really has to do with the moment that you invite an audience to do something. And the minute, if they're texting you in real time, or if whatever they're doing is somehow changing what you're doing, then it's a form of proof that you are indeed live.
Yeah, or just put the word live next to your screen. Yeah, and performance inviting audience participation. That's something that I want to explore too.
Okay. Sorry, they're texting me. I don't mean to. So we are close to the the next performer coming on, but we still have a couple minutes. And I do want to confess that not for this series, but I have in fact faked liveness in a performance that we later, you know, like we claimed it was live, but it was all shot.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Everybody knows now, Kat.
And well, they don't know which one. I've done a few. But definitely not for this. And yes, but we were laughing about it as we were doing this because we're like, you know, this will be the subject of conversation later on afterward, right? This is the ongoing question. What are we really claiming liveness is? Okay, so I am getting messages that our next performer is ready. So I'm gonna not make myself huge again, but they are gonna put her work up behind me on the screen, and I'll shut up and let her performance unfold. But afterwards, I would love to just continue the conversation.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Sylvan. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
First light breaking dawn. I feel for your body, but you are gone.
It's so peaceful out here. It is like the perfect meditative
Breath escapes
space.
these lungs and it
She submitted this piece where she was like making music together with her plant, which was also generating sound. Submitted this piece where she was making music together with her plant, which was also generating. Oh, I think someone might have their live stream on. I think I'm hearing myself, but with a minute or two delay. I think don't play. Yeah, don't play me to myself. It's don't want to hear myself speak. Yeah, don't play me to myself. There we go. Okay. Well, oh God, I still hear myself speak. Who has their live stream on? Mute it, please. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, so we're back. Unfortunately, I think the platform kicked us all off for a while, and I hope that others come by and join us. basically just to hang out a bit. Sadi is in Italy now, and we had trouble connecting with her inside of nowhere, so she can't join us for an artist talk back, but we're hoping that we can just kind of, I don't know, hang a little.
Hi.
So I don't know. Feel free to mingle.
You can hear me?
If we get sound again, Sadi is actually speaking through the live stream. I don't know if they're going to be able to put that on, but.
Yeah, I'm ready. Hi, I'm ready. Okay. Okay, okay, but you can hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay, okay, I'm ready. Okay. Since my English is not fluent, I will read my answer, and I hope you can understand what I want to communicate. Okay. And I am a sound artist, and I search and experiment the relation between emotion and creative instinct. I often seek connection with the society and events. I try to describe the silence that generates it between events and change, and the preparation that we might have of those ones. I often use instruments that I build by myself because I look for those specific sound and vibration that I want, or that I'm looking for the researches I'm following. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Good. It's okay. The volume? Wow. Okay. Okay. In this performance, I use my body and my most impulsive and simplest musical expressivity to let me emerge a sound harmony normally unheard. Thanks to a system of sensor fixed on my body, I'm able to measure and observe a biologic reaction that my body expresses each time that is exposed to movement or mental activity. Body becomes tool to experiment naturally and spontaneously. It is a way possible to catch evolution and impulses generated by emotion, construction, or command. This takes place simultaneously is a music performance where I play an instrument very simplified in the expressivity language and built by me. It is a monotonous instrument that does not produce linear harmonies or classic sound. My body and my creative expression are relevant here and now. And with the body, I manually give evidence to stasis, progression, evolution. An analysis that I expect describes human sensitivity and empathy in relation to circumstances and emotion. And in this performance, my intention is making audience aware how our body, soul, life are in constant transformation, and our impure freedom of expression they communicate while existing. Our invisible creativity is often the origin of every evolution or regression. A small detail can be an inviting pretext to appropriate our savage and irrational being, and the starting point for a new intention or reaction. Thank you.
the benefit of the live stream, I just want to say if there are heroes in a performance, it's always the people running the show. And so both Heidi and Evo deserve an enormous amount of applause. Hopefully somebody's applauding in the digital space somewhere for how beautifully this came across, even with all the glitches and all of our learning.
Yeah. Evo, you want to come on for a sec? Is that too meta? I don't know if you're in this space. Or via StreamYard. I guess I'll just say that that's a wrap.
Are we wrapping?
We'll see you in. Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know where
It's
to wrap. I guess it's a wrap, and we'll see you in a couple months, maybe with some new 3D spaces.
That would be delightful.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Great job.
Yay.